Cek, cek, cek. Cek, tes 1, 2, 3. Cek, cek.
During the pandemic.
Together with me, Muhammad Izzadul Haq,
and Misuri Widya Kesuma,
it is an honor for us to be able to host today's event on this auspicious occasion. And before we go to the next agenda, we would appreciate for you who joined this Zoom, please kindly turn on your Zoom camera and mute the microphone during this opening ceremony to maintain the order of this event. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, come forward to the next agenda is singing national anthem, Indonesia Raya. For the Zoom participant, please listen in attentively, and for the audience here, please stand. Audience, please have a seat.
So that today's activities can run well and smoothly, the next agenda is Chanting Prayers, which will be led by Mr. Joni Putra, SPDI, MPDI. To Mr. Joni, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our heads for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that the international conference can be precious to all. I will lead this prayer on Islamic way, and those who are Muslims, you are pleased to pray according to each your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Innallaha wa malaikatahu yusholluna 'alan nabi. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu shallu 'alaihi wa sallimu taslima. Lakal hamdu ya ma'bud, hamdas syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana, lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azim sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad salatan tunjina biha min jamil ahwali wal afat, wa taqdilana biha jamil hajat, wa tudahhiruna biha min jamil sayiat, وترفعنا عندك أعلى الدرجات وتبلغنا بأقصى الغايات من جميع الخيرات في الحياة وبعد الممات إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغيرا. اللهم سهل أمورنا وسهل أمور والدينا ما دامت السماوات والأرض. اللهم اجعل في كل أمورنا من الناجحين والسالمين والصابرين والممتازين ولا تجعلنا من الفاسلين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Ya Allah, today Thursday, October 7, 2021, in this beautiful place, we gather here to bring about an international conference of economics, business, and entrepreneurship, ICEBE 2021, with the theme Reshaping Business Strategy Through Technological Innovation for Post-COVID-19 Recovery. Ya Allah, please make this international conference as useful science assembly, as medium of sharing ideas, knowledge, and experiences of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. Ya Allah, may the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and leads us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost the dignity of our nation. Ya Allah, guide and bless our hearts and our minds with the light of your guidance. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities. Help us to speak our minds clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are included to the blessed persons. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our dua. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Bifadlika subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun alal mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mr. Joni Putra for leading the prayers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to the next agenda, welcome to the speeches. And the first speech will be delivered by the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Lampung, Dr. Nairobi S.A. MSE. To Dr. Nairobi, you are pleased to come forward and give the welcome remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. To the Honorable, all the invited speakers of the 4th International Conference of Economic, Business, and Entrepreneurship, ICEB 2021. Professor Dr. Karomani, MSI, as Director of Universitas Lampung, Dr. Nino Laksono, Director of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, Jakarta. Professor Tatang Ari Gumanti, as the Vice Rector of Universitas Bayangkara Raya Jaya, Jakarta. Dr. Ahmad Farih, MM, as Director of Universitas Malayati, Bandar Lampung. Professor Prasan N. Bharadwaj, PhD, from Indiana University, Pennsylvania, USA. Dr. David Terelazzi from Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration, University, St. Petersburg, Campus, Russia. The Honorable all the Vice Rector of Universitas Lampung, the Honorable all the Dean and the Vice Dean of Faculty in Universitas Lampung, the Honorable the Head of Research and Community Services Center Universitas Lampung, Ibu Dr. Luz Melia Afriani, Bu Lucy, the Honorable the Head of the Department and the Head Study Program of Faculty Economic and Business Universitas Lampung, the Honorable the Head of Magister Management Technology Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, the Honorable all the presenter or participant, the Honorable all the committee on this conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Tabi pun. First of all, let me send all my gratitude Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because of this blessing and mercy we can gather on this occasion to hold our event, the 4th International Conference of Economic, Business and Entrepreneurship 2021 with the theme Reshaping Business Strategy through Technological Innovation for Post-COVID-20 Recovery. This conference will successful held by collaboration between Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Lampung and Magister Management Technology Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, and supported by Universitas Bayangkara Raya Jaya and also Universitas Mahayati Bandar Lampung. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, as the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Lampung, I want to thanks to all committee for facilitating and supporting such a great event. I think this conference will give us an opportunity to learn and discover more on how to thrive in this pandemic world. Globally, technology decision maker in every organization have already made important choices to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic crisis with speed to maximize employees' safety and ensure business continuity. Gradually, as the pandemic begin to evolve, they will have to transition into the following two phases. One, recover, during which an organization run and emerges stronger from its response. And two, thrive, in which the organization prepare for and shape the next to normal. Yes, now we need to get along with technology to be adaptive so that we will not only survive in this pandemic situation, but also take the benefit from to changing. not only as the opportunity for presenter to publicize their paper, but through this event, the fourth ICEBE 2021, we would like to accommodate and gather various scientific disciplines of science that synergize with one another in technology innovation. Even though we have so many limitations right now, as academicians, we have the responsibility to bring many ideas as the solution for facing this pandemic impacts. I believe that all ideas from the participant and the invited speaker are crucial for the fate of our country and the world, the future. If there is will, then there is way. I hope the Rector of Universitas Lampung can deliver his speech and open this conference. That brings me to the end of my speech, and I hope this conference will bring all the good things for everyone. Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please give a big applause to our Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Lampung. Thank you for the welcome remarks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the second speech will be delivered by the Rector of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, Dr. Ninok Leksono, MA. To Dr. Ninok, time is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Lampung, Professor Karwani, Rectors of Universitas Malahayati, Dr. Ahmad Farid, Vice Rector of Universitas Bayangkara Raya, Professor Tatang Wijumanti, the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Dr. Nairobi, UMN Vice Rectors, Deans, Head of Study Programs, and last but not least, Dr. Florentina Kurniasari, the chairpersons of these esteemed seminars, distinguished speakers, and participants of the 4th International Conference on Economics, Business, and Entrepreneurship, or ICEBE 2021. On the part of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, along with Universitas Lampung and with the support of Universitas Malahayati and Universitas Bayangkara Jakarta Raya, I would like to extend our very warm good morning to all of you who have made effort and long distance travel to attend this esteemed conference. I am very delighted that while the pandemic of the COVID-19 is still with us, you didn't lose your scientific spirit as shown by your participation to this conference. I am also impressed that many of you have displayed intellectual resilience in time of the pandemic. You still have the energy to write scientific papers. This is for me amazing. In addition to strength, you have adapted very well to the pandemic and believe it or not, that is the key element of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, which mentions that those who survive are not the strongest species, but the most adaptive. Today, I'm happy to be with you to hear a serious discussion on the conference's theme, and that is reshaping business strategy through technological innovations from post-COVID-19 recovery. As far as I see, many of us have adopted that strategy even before the COVID-19 pandemic. What did happen? Perhaps that the pandemic has pushed it stronger and more forcefully. In this case, allow me to talk about two major phenomena in the innovation sector. First, since the pandemic is mostly, not all, health issue, so many innovations that came up in university or research institutions are related to the effort to improve the health conditions of the COVID-19 patients, such like the emergence of ventilators, service robots, and testing methods. Second, there were some industries that suffered, such like transport and tourism, and there were industries that thrive, namely pharmaceuticals that produce medicines or vaccines, telecommunications, e-commerce, and last but not least, culinary. Perhaps one would see the future of properties industry after many of us got used to working from home comfortably. Hybrid working style, I believe, will continue in post-COVID-19 era. We in the university management also anticipate the rise of distance learning that requires different approach and strategy. Looking at the wider scope of industry and putting things in the framework of online business, I think everyone in this conference room would agree that the use and employment of technology, namely ICT or information and communication technology, will continue to rise, both for enabling and for enhancing business competitiveness. However, I would like to remind you of the law of supply and demand that has been experienced by many who manage digital businesses, that finding the right person to be your chief technology officer has now become a lot more difficult, as well as more expensive. The situations will be more complicated when we take the rise of Industrial Revolution 4.0 into account. Well, I think I better stop here, so I still have a lot more to say. I wish you a wonderful conference, a lively discussions, and be inspired and immersed. Stay safe and happy. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Om Santi Santi, Om. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Ninok for giving us such a wonderful speech.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, going to the next speech that will be delivered by Director of Universitas Malahayati, to Dr. Ahmad Faris MM. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Habibun, peace be upon us all. Dear distinguished guests and participants, allow me in this nice opportunity to welcome all of these conference participants by first praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, for all His blessing, grace, and mercies that have made us possible to gather here in this room in excellent condition and health. The Honorable Director of Universitas Lampung, Professor Dr. Karomani, MSc, the Honorable Director of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, Dr. Nino Leksono, ME, the Honorable Director of Universitas Bhayangkara Raya Jaya, Irjen Paul Purnawirawan, Dr. Bambang Karsono, Dr. Andes SHMM, the Honorable the Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Lampung, Dr. Nairobi, MSc, dear keynote speakers, parallel presenters, distinguished guests and participants of the Fourth International Conference of Economic, Business and Entrepreneurship 2021, with them reshaping business strategy through technological innovation for post-COVID-19 recovery. Universitas Malahyati is very pleased to co-host this international conference through Zoom online meeting. This event is the result of collaboration between the Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Lampung, with Universitas Multimedia Nusantara. This year, the first ICEBE 2021 has been strong support from Universitas Malahyati and Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya. Welcome to Bandar Lampung. This online conference will provide a unique chance for academics, researchers, professionals, and other individuals from a variety of industries, as well as entrepreneurs and academic institutions and policymakers to share information regarding reshaping business strategy through technology innovation from post-COVID-19 recovery. Was of them in the conference. This is annual activity whose goals to increase the community's input and results. Quality research results are intended to be able to respond to community requirements that are complemented by a relevant field of science, allowing them to contribute to the process of long-term development. The COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on change in the order of social life and decline in economic performance in most countries in the world. The existence of COVID-19 has made a change in digital behavior. At least there has been a big jump in digital activity, especially in countries that have imposed lockdowns or regional restriction. Significant increase in social media usage with a video calling feature. This is a new point of attention. Therefore, the pandemic must be faced with doing several things so that business can survive and even grow, namely by product innovation, utilizing e-commerce and its future. From this event, for the Fourth International Conference of Economic, Business and Entrepreneurs 2021, we can get more literatures or references, especially on economics, entrepreneurship, and management about reshaping business strategy through a technological innovation for post-COVID-19 recovery. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contribution to the development of business strategy through technological innovation for post-COVID-19 recovery in Indonesia and in the world. In this next occasion, I would like to thank you very much for all keynote speakers, Professor Presence and Barrett, PhD, Department of Management and Dean Associate, Eberly College of Business Information Technology, Indiana, University of Pennsylvania. Dr. David Terelece, the Department of International Economic and International Corporate Finance, St. Petersburg, Russia. For all parallel presenters and head of Fourth International Conference of Economic, Business and Entrepreneurship 2021 Committee, organizing committee members. To all of distinguished guests and participants, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. Stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Please give applause and thank you very much to Dr. Ahmad Faris MM as the Rector of Universitas Malahayati for the speech.
The next speech will be delivered by the Vice Rector of Academics Affairs of Universitas Bhayangkara Raya Jaya Jakarta, Profesor Tatang Arigumantri, PhD. To Professor Tatang, time is yours.
Sir, you are still on the mute. Could you please turn on the microphone?
Okay, yep. Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm here presenting this speech on behalf of Dr. Bambang Karsono, Director of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya. So I have to revise that the name is Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya, who in this very prestigious moment, unable to attend this conference. Dr. Bambang expresses his deep appreciation, invited to give a short speech, and allow me to read his speech. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Lampung, Rector of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, Rector of Universitas Malahayati, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Lampung, the two keynote speakers, and all the conference participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. It is a great honor for Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya, for me especially, to speak to you and share with you some thoughts and commentaries on the theme of this prestigious conference. Allow me to share a more specific issue on the role of human factors in the technological innovation, and I would like to relate it with the higher education in Indonesia. I would like to begin by recounting a popular joke on how COVID-19 passes the enterprises to transport digitally. Who led the digital transformation of your company? Is it your chief executive officer or the chief technological officer? The answer of the joke is neither. It was the COVID-19. Instead of leaders of companies, it was the COVID-19's contribution in driving, steering, and even pushing digital technology transformation most accounted for. The joke, in fact, is supported by research conducted by McKinsey and company, who find that the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the digitization of business up to 4 years. It's amazing, isn't it? What would typically take years, not thanks to the pandemic, it took only months or even weeks. In the area of technology adoption, the progress that normally would take 6 to 7 years is now happening within the count of weeks or days. In fact, the most astonishing acceleration is happening among Asia Pacific companies. Their adoption went ahead for more than 10 years, as reported by McKinsey 2020. So to sum up, it has been a rapid shift toward the interacting with the customer through digital channel. The report also shows that at least 80% of the customer interaction are digital in nature. So ladies and gentlemen, when we are referring to the report of the McKinsey here, that the findings not stop just like that. The main takeaway which I believe is its finding on the experimentation with the investment and digital technologies during the COVID-19 crisis. The report also reveals that 72% of the companies who successfully navigate through the pandemic were among the first in their respective industries to experiment with new technologies, and 67% of them invested more in digital technological capital than their peers. Returning to the joke I mentioned earlier, it is not a virus per se that drives the technology transformation. It is the human business leaders. However, McKinsey research made clear it is the decision of experiment and investment in technology done by human in response to the pandemic crisis that matters most. Now, allow me to briefly talk about the failure of digital transformation. Before discussing more about the human factor in technology and digital transformation, I would like us to be on the same boat about the meaning of technological and transformation. It has been a rule of thumb that in today's industrial revolution 4.0, a digital transformation is imperative. It is not a dream, it is a must instead. Everybody talks about it, from the president to the street vendors, from the professor to the high scholar and fresh graduate. Everyone says we need more of it. However, what people seldom talk about or hate to admit is that most technological and digital transformation fails. Let me show you some evidence that Forbes stated in 2016, as reported by Rogers, 84% of companies fail at digital transformation. Further report by Lewis said that business go wrong with digital transformation. So what is happening in year 2021? Yes, they still want us to the same things as reported by Denning 2021 and Mount 2021A. The accumulated spending reached a staggering 1.3 trillion US dollar. However, 70% of their program fails to achieve their goals. So, what is going on? We need to make further study to answer it. So it is our challenge as academicians to find out the answer. I would like to shorten the speech. Now I move on what's the university can do in this kind of issues. That one important question to address is what the university could do when we are talking about finding out the business strategy dealing with the technological innovation. So this is actually the core of my speech. I try to relate with the university roles. To answer it, we may go back in 1989 when Michael Hayden, a former director of the NSA, US NSA, National Security Agency, stated that the future can only be controlled by technologically literate. So Hayden proposed that the university shall be able to make a society more specifically the graduate technologically literate. How about in Indonesia? Our minister, Nadiem Makarim, the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, has similar conviction to secure the way for our country to grow and prosper in digital age. There is no other way than to educate the entire generation with and through digital technology. His flagship program of Merdeka Belajar, Campus Merdeka, aims precisely toward this. One of its goals is to equip Indonesian youth with technology, data, and high-order thinking skill through education. So, university must play a significant role in making our generation technologically literate. As a university under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya is also committed to partake in the effort to create a technologically literate society in Indonesia. And our experience in experimenting and investing in all aspects of technology, hardware, software, and human brainware during the COVID-19 are not trouble-free either. We are encountering many problems. But with good faith and high commitment for a paradigmatic change in university governance, luckily we are able to manage and navigate the high demand of technological innovation in learning and education brought about by the pandemic situation. At last, it is true, like the widespread belief that technology will never replace humanity, but only on the condition that humanity really knows how to handle technology. I do hope that this very short speech will make like a motivation for the lecturers who attend this prestigious conference. So hopefully we are all in healthy and a good condition. I hope you are all have a very good and constructive discussion in this conference. I think this is all that I can share. Thank you very much. Salam, Dr. Bambang Karsono, Director of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom.
Thank you to Professor Tatang as the Vice Rector of Academics Affairs of Universitas Bhayangkara Jakarta Raya for the speech.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, come to the last speech that will be delivered by the Rector of Universitas Lampung, Professor Dr. Karomani, MSI, and also to officially open the event. To Professor Karomani, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, tabi pun. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Yang kami hormati para pembicara, Bapak Dr. Nino Leksono, Rektor Universitas Media Nusantara Indonesia. Yang kami hormati Prof. Prashan and Baradwaj, PhD, Profesor Bisnis Indiana, University of Pennsylvania, USA. Yang kami hormati Dr. David Henrich, Pennsylvania University, Saint Petersburg Campus, Rusia. Dan yang kami hormati para wakil rektor, para dekan, para kepala biro, dan ketua jurusan di lingkungan Universitas Lampung, serta hadirin dan undangan yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji dan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala atas rahmat, berkah, dan inayahnya, sehingga kita dapat hadir dan berkumpul di tempat acara ini tanpa hambatan sedikit pun dan dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Salawat serta salam kepada junjungan kita Nabi Muhammad SAW. Semoga kita semua mendapat syafaatnya di hari akhir nanti. Amin. Dan hadirin undangan sekalian, pada kesempatan ini saya ingin mengucapkan selamat datang di Konferensi Internasional Ekonomi Bisnis dan Kewirausahaan keempat tahun 2021 dengan tema Reshaping Business Strategy Through Technological Innovation for Post-COVID-19 Recovery. Hadirin yang saya hormati, saat ini perkembangan TIK yang pesat di berbagai negara memaksa organisasi untuk menyesuaikan strategi bisnisnya. Banyak organisasi mulai melakukan transformasi digital dalam bisnis mereka. Teknologi digital digunakan untuk menciptakan hal baru atau memodifikasi proses bisnis, budaya, dan pengalaman pelanggan yang sudah ada untuk memenuhi kebutuhan bisnis dan pasar yang terus berubah. Transformasi digital melampaui aktivitas tradisional, termasuk penjualan, keuangan, akuntansi, pemasaran, dan layanan pelanggan. Transformasi digital digunakan di banyak organisasi seperti lembaga pemerintah dan publik, swasta, dan industri jasa, serta memiliki pengaruh yang signifikan dalam mengelola bisnis dan berinteraksi dengan pelanggan menggunakan teknologi digital. Hal ini diharapkan dapat meningkatkan kinerja bisnis organisasi. Selain itu, saat ini kita masih menghadapi pandemi COVID-19 yang memunculkan banyak tantangan baru di segala bidang. Salah satu tantangan dalam dunia pendidikan adalah perubahan dari pembelajaran tatap muka menjadi pembelajaran berbasis online. Namun COVID-19 tidak boleh dijadikan penghalang untuk melanjutkan pekerjaan kita. Misalnya, konferensi ini bisa terlaksana karena inovasi-inovasi yang diperoleh dari perkembangan teknologi untuk mendukung aktivitas online. Dalam dunia bisnis, mereka mulai mengembangkan diri melalui bisnis digital. Hal ini juga sebagai bentuk adaptasi bagi seluruh komunitas bisnis untuk bertahan dari pandemi COVID-19 ini. Apalagi sebagai salah satu perguruan tinggi di Indonesia, Universitas Lampung berkomitmen untuk terus mewujudkan kualitas tridharma perguruan tinggi, meningkatkan produktivitas dan kualitas penelitian. Seperti yang kita lihat, Universitas Lampung telah melakukan tindakan nyata untuk meningkatkan kualitas penelitian dengan melakukan berbagai macam penelitian atau penulisan jurnal dan telah memberikan pendanaan kepada orang-orang yang mau melakukan penelitian tersebut. Oleh karena itu, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Unila bekerja sama dengan Magister Manajemen Teknologi Universitas Multimedia Nusantara menyelenggarakan International Conference, the 4th International Conference of Economics, Business, and Entrepreneurship dengan tema Reshaping Business Strategy Through Technological Innovation for Post-COVID-19 Recovery. Hadirin dan undangan yang saya hormati, tujuan dari acara ini adalah untuk memberikan ruang bagi akademisi untuk mempublikasikan penelitian mereka, baik secara konseptual, empirik, maupun teoritis, termasuk studi kasus, generalisasi, dan survei literatur. Lebih lanjut, acara ini merupakan dukungan instrumental dari Universitas Lampung kepada dunia usaha untuk tetap bertahan di tengah pandemi. Oleh karena itu, kami berharap acara ini dapat meningkatkan kualitas dan kredibilitas Unila sehingga visi menjadi 10 besar perguruan tinggi tahun 2025 dapat tercapai. Saya rasa itu saja dari saya dan semoga acara ini bisa berjalan dengan baik sampai akhir. Terima kasih atas perhatian hadirin sekalian. Mohon maaf jika ada perkataan yang kurang berkenan. Maka dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, acara ini saya nyatakan secara resmi dibuka. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And once more, please give a big applause for the speech of the Rector of Universitas Lampung. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Lampung, Dr. Nairobi, to come forward to give the souvenir to the Rector of Universitas Lampung, Professor Dr. Karomani, MSc.
And in this session, we are going to continue the agenda by giving the souvenirs to all the leaders who have done the speeches. And the first giving souvenirs, it's from the Dean of Economics and Business Faculty, Universitas Lampung, to the Rector of Universitas Lampung.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor sudah buka acara. Ini souvenir dari kami.
Well, thank you. For the next, it is from the Dean of FEB Unila to the Rector of Universitas Malahayati, to Dr. from the Universitas Malahayati, Pak Rektor, please come in front of to receive the souvenirs, please. And please give applause for the support from the Universitas Malahayati. Well, thank you to the Rector of Universitas Malahayati, and please give once more applause.
And now we would like to invite the head of the committee of ICEBE4 2021, Dr. Rindu Rika Gamayuni, to give the souvenir to the Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Lampung.
Please give applause. The souvenirs is delivered to the head committee of the 4th ICB to the Dean of FEB Unila. Thank you. And after this, we're still going to giving the souvenirs. It's from the Dean of FEB Unila to the Rector of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara.
Thank you, Pak Rektor Nino. I hope in the future we collaboration is continuing and success to conference in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. I have received the souvenir and I'm happy with that. It's good and success for Universitas Lampung. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last, the giving souvenirs, it's to Rector of UBJ, or the representative.
Okay, Professor Tatang, thank you for your support for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak. Thank you. Hope the conference run very smoothly and successfully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for all the leaders who have giving and then receiving the souvenirs. And after this, we are going to have a photo session together. So with honor, we would like to invite the director of Universitas Malahayati and also the head of LP2M Universitas Lampung and all the vice dean of FEB Universitas Lampung and also the head of committee of the 4th ICEBE 2021 to come in front. Well, please see the camera. And also, please, for the committee, please pin director of UMN and also pin director of UBJ. Yes, please hold on a sec, because we're going to take a photo with the Rector of Universitas Lampung, Rector of Universitas Bhayangkara, Jaya Raya, and also Universitas Multimedia Nusantara. Thank you. Thank you for all the leaders. Please have a seat.
Excuse me, moderator, MC, saya mohon izin para rektor, terima kasih. Mohon izin dan terima kasih Pak Dekan. Ini ada melanjutkan agenda lain, bergeser ke tempat lain. Terima kasih untuk semuanya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you to the Director of Universitas Lampung that already joined in the 4th ICEBE 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going forward to the next agenda, that is Keynote Speech. And today, this session will be led by a moderator. Our moderator today is a lecturer from Economics and Development Department of Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Lampung. And also we say thank you very much for the coming of the Rector of Universitas Malahayati. And without further ado, please welcome our moderator today, Mrs. Ukti Ciptawati, SA, MSA. Well, before we are presenting you a video profile of FEB Universitas Lampung. Please watch.
The Faculty of Economics and Business is a part of the University of Lampung, founded in 1965. For more than 55 years, the Faculty of Economics and Business has produced 17,895 graduates who are outstanding in their fields of work, such as entrepreneurship, banking, government sector, and many more.
Saya adalah kawan kepala perwakilan Bank Indonesia di Beijing, Tiongkok. Saya bangga sebagai alumni Fakultas Ekonomi Universitas Lampung.
The graduates are also primed to be competitive in entering the world of work.
Hai, saya Kevin Juan, mahasiswa Departemen Akuntansi, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Lampung. Saya bisa menjadi bagian dari Bursa Efek Indonesia sebelum saya wisuda, khususnya menjadi financial analyst dengan spesifikasi trading surveillance officer. Saya bangga menjadi alumni Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Lampung.
The graduates are not only notable, but also contributive to nation development.
Saya bangga menjadi alumni FEB Unila. FEB Unila maju terus dan sukses selalu.
Visi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Lampung adalah menjadi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis 10 terbaik di Indonesia di tahun 2025. Untuk mencapai visi tersebut, kami menjalankan 4 misi. Menyelenggarakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi yang berkualitas dan relevan, menjalankan tata pamong organisasi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Unila yang baik, menjamin aksesibilitas dan ekuitas pendidikan tinggi, menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak di dalam dan di luar negeri.
The Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Lampung, also has 11 program study, including Doctoral Program of Economic Study, Master of Management, Master of Economics, Master of Accounting, Department of Economics Development, Department of Management, Department of Accounting, Diploma of Accounting, Diploma of Taxation, Diploma of Marketing Management, Diploma of Banking and Finance.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Universitas Lampung. Mengacu kepada pendekatan outcome-based education dan juga beberapa akreditasi yang telah diraih oleh program studi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, yang baik yang berasal dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional (BANPT), di mana 10 dari 11 prodi FEB telah meraih akreditasi A, dan juga seluruh prodi di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis juga telah meraih akreditasi internasional dari ABS21 serta sertifikat ISO 9001. Maka bagian akademik dan kerjasama Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan sistem pendidikan yang bermutu. Dengan bergabung di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, maka mahasiswa akan dibekali pengetahuan, skill, dan juga attitude yang memadai untuk menjadi lulusan yang profesional.
Fungsi dan tugas saya adalah melakukan perencanaan, pengelolaan, dan pelaporan anggaran Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Fasilitas dan sarana fisik serta sarana non-fisik itu juga terkait dengan fungsi dan tugas saya. Ada beberapa kegiatan yang kita lakukan, antara lain peningkatan kompetensi para tenaga pendidik, capacity building. Kita juga melakukan percepatan program professorship untuk para dosen yang sudah siap menjadi profesor.
Bidang kemahasiswaan adalah suatu kegiatan yang bersifat ekstrakurikuler untuk melengkapi kegiatan intrakurikuler, yaitu kegiatan yang dilaksanakan di dalam maupun di luar kampus tanpa memberikan bobot SKS. Di bidang alumni, sejak didirikannya Fakultas Ekonomi tahun 1965 hingga saat ini telah memiliki alumni sekitar 18.000 lulusan. Kita telah memiliki organisasi alumni dengan nama KAFE, yaitu Keluarga Alumni Fakultas Ekonomi.
Supported by professional lecturers graduating from notable Indonesian and foreign universities, as well as supported by staffs that are ready to provide excellent services, the Faculty of Economics and Business has attracted students not only from Lampung, but also from various provinces in Indonesia. The Faculty of Economics and Business also successfully collaborates with other universities in various countries and create alumni who are able to compete nationally and globally.
Halo semua, nama saya Dimas, mahasiswa berprestasi Universitas Lampung periode 2020. Saya dapat banyak sekali pengalaman dari dosen yang berqualified dan kurikulum yang berkualitas pula. Tidak hanya akreditasi internasional, tapi Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis memiliki pembelajaran yang sangat qualified. Sebagai contoh, memiliki kualitas dosen yang sangat mengayomi dan berakreditasi internasional. Oleh karena itu, berbagai pengalaman tadi yang berkualitas mengantarkan saya menjadi mahasiswa berprestasi Universitas Lampung periode 2020. FEB Jaya!
Therefore, the Faculty of Economics and Business, the University of Lampung, are tirelessly developing and fully supporting teaching and learning activities in creating innovative young generation for the nation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our main session for our keynote speaker is about to begin. Please have a nice and comfortable spot and your seat with your preparation. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join our seminars and our main session today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to you all. Tabi pun. Okay, thank you. The Honorable Excellency Director of Universitas Lampung, Rector of UMN, Vice Rector of Universitas Bayangkara Raya Jaya, our Deans of FEB Unila, Heads of Division in Universitas Lampung, and other heads, respectable the keynote speakers, and the honorable all lecturers of economics department, and the honorable participants of these seminars today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Ukti Ciptawati. I'll be your moderator today. I'm very pleased to see you all here and very grateful for our beloved morning. And I welcome to you all to our Thursday in our yearly routine seminar. This seminar is conducted by Economic Department and cooperated with UMN, Multimedia Nusantara University, and it is co-hosted by Universitas Bayangkara Raya Jaya and Universitas Malahayati. This seminar will mainly discuss about the conceptually, empirically, or theoretically substantiated contributions including generalizing case studies and literature surveys with the theme Reshaping Business Strategy Through Technological Innovation for Post-COVID-19 Recovery. We have some topics that are discussed, such as finance, accounting, economics, and sustainable development, marketing and communication, human resources, logistics, and operation management, digital innovation, digital transformation business, entrepreneurship, e-business, and technopreneurship. And the last one, service industries, hospitality, and tourism. Those are our topics for our seminars. And ladies and gentlemen, today let's welcome our keynote speakers. We have two guests. The first one is Mr. Prasant and Bharatwaj, PhD. He is from Eberly College of Business, Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Right now, he is the Department of Management and Dean of Associate Eberly College of Business and Information Technology, Indiana University of Pennsylvania. The second, our keynote speaker, is Mr. Dr. David Teralaze. He is right now the Dean of the Department of International Economics and International Corporate Finance, St. Petersburg, Russia. Not further ado, let's welcome our first keynote speaker, Mr. Prasant. Mr. Prasant. How are you, sir?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thank you.
Nice to see you today.
Nice to see you all too.
I hope you are in a very good condition today.
Yes, yes, I am. I'm glad I'm not in the US where I live. I'm right now in India, so it's bright and early in the morning. US, it's late in the night. So I'm glad I'm here.
Oh, thank you. It is a good morning there, yeah? Okay. Your topic is about global supply chains. It's talking about risk management lesson for next decade. Am I right? Those are the main topics that you are going to discuss today.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Without further ado, please, it is your time. Let me welcome you to provide you the time and the room for you to deliver your ideas and brainstorm, Mr. Prasant.
Thank you. Yeah, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, Salam Alaikum, Namaste, and good morning. It is my honor and pleasure to address you during the 4th ICEBE conference. My sincere thanks to Dean Florentina at UMN for her invitation to be a speaker at this conference. I was in UMN in Jakarta about 5 years back, had a wonderful visit thanks to Dr. Mulayawati at UMN and Dr. Michelle Petrucci at my university. And we look forward to continued and enhanced cooperation between our two universities once the COVID-19 situation improves. For the next 20 to 30 minutes, I will speak about just a few topics pertaining to global supply chains today. As you know, it is a very vast topic that can be discussed during the entire conference. I have been studying supply chains for the last 2 decades or more, and I have had the opportunity to interact with managers from many leading companies, including the two big ones in supply chain, Walmart and Amazon. I will try to discuss the issues facing the supply chain industry today with a view from 20,000 feet. Okay? So this is a typical supply chain network, which we are all familiar with customers, retail outlets, warehouses, distribution centers, manufacturers, and several tiers of suppliers. Supply chains require multimodal transportations of road, rail, air, and ship. There are numerous other entities and systems that make up the supply chain. Today, because of the pandemic, even the common person on the streets, they talk about the global and complex nature of a supply chain. But some of us who have been studying supply chains know they have always been global and extremely complex. The pandemic has made it more obvious. Let us quickly look at a few examples of supply chains. This is an article from Wall Street Journal which drives home the point. A simple DVD player in our homes, it would have traveled twice around the world before it came to our living rooms. There's another very common example that we all use in our supply chain classes, where it cannot get more simple than this product, a pencil, a wooden pencil, which has wood from California, the graphite for the lead coming from Sri Lanka, the clay to mix that graphite is coming from the Mississippi riverbed, the rubber for the eraser is coming from Brazil, or maybe even from Indonesia, and the ferrule that holds the eraser to the pencil, that aluminum is coming from Australia, the bauxite ore. And this is another very common example, Boeing 787. It is produced in the US, but they get products from pretty much all over the world, the components. So supply chains have been global forever. And my last example is our own example in the education industry. We are Indiana University of Pennsylvania. We are in a small town of 40,000 people in Indiana, Pennsylvania, very close to Pittsburgh. But we are not in a big city like Jakarta or New York or Seattle or Washington. However, we have a global presence. We have students from all over the world. So I can say that we have a supply chain of students from pretty much every part of the world. And some specific examples, in the just last decade, we have had 1,500 students from India, more than 800 from China, more than 300 from a program we have very close to Jerusalem in the West Bank, 300 students. We have 100 students right in Paris, our alumni, and more in Germany and Norway, and many students from other places. And I've just highlighted a few from Saudi Arabia, Malaysia, Indonesia, several parts of Africa and Mexico. So that sets the stage, saying that supply chains have been global, have been complex all the time. There have been two major causes today for supply chain disruption. One is the pandemic that we are all talking about, which has lingered for more than 18 months now. But even before that, the e-commerce revolution fueled by companies such as Amazon had disrupted the supply chains for nearly a decade. Let us focus on the effects of the pandemic first. This is a study that I use in my PhD class. There have been many studies like that about supply chain risks and risk mitigation in the last 2 decades. You don't have to read everything on that, but this table is one of the most comprehensive studies which was published in 2016 in a leading journal, which looked at dozens of different kinds of risks facing a supply chain. It can be material shortages, quality problems, and other supply side problems, which occur quite frequently, even much before the pandemic. Poor forecasting, demand-supply mismatch, which in our lingo, we call it bullwhip effect, can also create demand-side risks. Infrastructure risks pertaining to transportation, information technology, they are also quite common. Financial risks pertaining to profit margin, exchange rates, etc., can also result in supply chain risks. Wars, geopolitical tensions, labor strikes are among the human-made causes that rattle the supply chain. Finally, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other types of natural disasters have riled supply chains numerous times in the past. However, even in this comprehensive study, there is absolutely no mention of a pandemic. It is unprecedented. Like I said, this study that I just shared has looked at anything possible you can imagine, but there was no mention of a pandemic in that. So now let's talk about some specifics, because what happened in the last 18 months has absolutely no precedence in modern history. I'm taking the example of one company where I'm fortunate to have a close industry colleague. This company you may be familiar with, Clorox. It is an American cleaning products company of about $8 billion in revenues. So you can imagine the chaos in this company, which makes disinfecting products since the world was hit by the novel coronavirus. And this company holds 3 months worth of supplies, 75 days in the warehouse, 15 days in the retail outlet. And when the pandemic hit, the whole inventory was wiped out in 4 days. Increase in demand is good news for any company, right? But not 900% increase without any preparation. Nobody can react to that. It is impossible to increase capacity to that level. Also, it is not wise to commit to increasing capacity without knowing what the long-term demand would be. They are not sure today if the demand would settle at 200% or 300% of the original demand. Before the pandemic, the highest surge of demand that they ever had was about 30% during the H1N1 crisis about a decade back, if you recall. But today, they are having a 900% increase. Their products are now in 75% of US households. But before the pandemic, their penetration into households was only 25%. So what can these kinds of companies do today? And while talking to them, I find out that the only strategy that they're incorporating now is segmenting the market. They are prioritizing healthcare demand and rationalizing product lines. Many old product lines have been discontinued, and production capacity has been dedicated to only a few high-selling, very needed products. Look at this. Everybody is familiar with this today. This slide looks at the increase in door-to-door delivery time from China to the US West Coast. Before the pandemic, it took long, but it was predictable around 40 to 45 days. While now it is taking nearly 75 days. And there are predictions that it may go even higher. Not a good situation for most industries. Look at this. Dramatic increase in shipping costs. It has increased 4-fold, and in some cases 6-fold since the last 12 months. This will certainly result in many companies declaring bankruptcy, and there are fears of inflation. Neither is good for the global economy. Why is this happening? All of this. It is not just the pandemic. There have been many, many other reasons for this. Of course, the increased demand for products in late 2020, a year back, at the end of the global lockdown in most places, resulted in stretched factories, shipping lines, and warehouses. But when 2021 started, there were more problems. Brexit. Nobody imagined that Brexit would happen during the pandemic. People expected that it'll prolong. But It happened in January 2021, but resulted in big-time port congestions in Britain due to changes in customs regulations and processes. Then in March, another incident that hit us, the blockage of the Suez Canal for just a week, but that wreaked havoc around the world, and we are still experiencing the after effects. It reduced global shipping capacity by 6% because a lot of ships were rerouted around the Cape of Good Hope in Africa. There were a lot of port congestions, container shortages. Why did that happen? Many of the ports, such as Singapore, which is close to you in Indonesia, are getting more unplanned cargo, which is one of the reasons that they have port congestion. While many ports, including the ones in India and Indonesia, are facing container shortages. Blank sailings is another big problem. And what is blank sailings? This is when ships skip certain minor ports and they take their cargo and dump it or drop it off in bigger ports. So you can imagine when the bigger ports receive these unplanned consignments, there is obvious extra strain on the bigger ports, and the shipment to the smaller ports have to be done from the bigger ports, unplanned again, which will delay everything significantly. This has become a common problem today. Another very interesting problem we are facing, especially in the developed world, is severe shortage of truck drivers. And in countries like the United States and countries of Europe, trucks are a very important part, as we can imagine, as part of the supply chain and logistics. This has been severely exacerbated by the pandemic. I had a very interesting discussion with my supply chain class students in the US last month. I had about 45 students in the class. I asked them, how many of you either like to be a truck driver or know someone in your age group who want to be one? 0 hands went up. Then I asked them if any of their parents or others in their extended families were truck drivers. Guess what? Several hands went up. There lies the problem. The current generation does not see that as a glamorous or a lucrative profession. We need to do something to change that, to get people to get into logistics and supply chain jobs. Otherwise, the severe trucker shortage in Europe and in the United States is going to bring supply chains to a halt. So here are some of the strategies from my consulting experience I have come up with and of course, my studies, especially for the post-pandemic world. Number 1 in my list is situational awareness. It's very critical. This concept of situational awareness was only in other areas, but never in logistics and supply chain management. Vitamix CEO, Ms. Jody Berg, or Dr. Jody Berg, is a visionary leader. If you have not read about that company, I would encourage you to do that. It is a high-end blender. They make blenders, mixers for the kitchen. And they're a company from Ohio, and they made their products in China. But in January 2020, Jody Berg, even way before the panic set in, which was on March 11th, 2020, when the WHO declared COVID as a global pandemic, she moved all of our production from China to the US. That is real situational awareness. Most of the companies were falling prey to what we call in management as a boiled frog syndrome, which is they react only to major dramatic events like the declaration of the pandemic by WHO. While the smart companies have that situational awareness to sense gradual and less eventful changes like Jody Berg did. The topic of situational awareness in supply chains has now become part of doctoral dissertations and corporate boardroom discussions. Secondly, I am a huge proponent of lean operations and drastically reducing inventories. I have been teaching that and practicing that and consulting in lean operations. However, the pandemic has showed that there is a need for strategic inventory placements, especially of crucial products, as well as life-saving products, of course. The lean thinking of treating inventory as a liability must be reconsidered to some extent. Even companies like Toyota, the biggest proponent of lean philosophy, has started placing strategic inventories of chips due to a global shortage that stalled even automobile production around the world. China has become the global factory for 2 decades now. Right? Nearly a third of the global production is taking place in one country. That needs to change. I'm not speaking from geopolitical or even economic perspective. Just from the sheer practical perspective of a supply chain, it is not good for the entire world to have dependence on one country. You might have come across a survey by Site Selection magazine, and nearly 60% of the companies that responded to this survey said that when basically they were looking for alternative supply sources to China and to shift production to a different country. And the follow-up question was in the survey to where they are considering to relocate. 74% of them said other parts of Asia. So when we talk about other parts of Asia, that is when countries like Indonesia and India need to capitalize. These countries have huge labor pools at relatively low cost, but they need to improve their infrastructure. That is very important in many of the countries in Asia, other than China and a few. Even countries like the United States need to update their aging infrastructure. As you may be following, the politics in the United States is hindering such investment in the US. Next is workforce development. Very, very critical. I'm not just talking about the trucking jobs that I mentioned, but even jobs in warehouses and other supply chain jobs are going unfilled because of lack of specific skills. Universities and vocational schools need to prepare more young people who are willing to take up supply chain jobs. Also, many companies don't do a good job of promoting supply chains to young people, jobs in supply chains. I usually bring speakers to my class from DHL, Walmart, Pepsi, and many other companies. And when they talk to my class about the exciting career opportunities in their companies that pay even up to 6-figure salaries in dollars, most young students are surprised and they get excited and they look for them. But they would usually think those kinds of jobs are in finance and accounting only, but not in supply chains. We need to change that perception. Next, companies need to have flexibility in product lines and volumes. I have given the example there of toilet paper and potato chips. They're so different in terms of supply chain and demand. In the case of toilet paper, there may be a temporary increase in demand like what happened in March 2020. And I joke with some of my friends who do not need to buy toilet paper for the rest of their lives because they bought so much of it in March 2020. The point is the demand for toilet paper evens out. However, if you can make market potato chips well, the consumption can go up dramatically and permanently. Same with companies like Clorox that I mentioned earlier. Another classic example people are talking about during the pandemic, early stages, was in agriculture and farming. Specifically, one example, onions. There were a lot of onion farmers who suffered. Why? Because majority of their onions were going into restaurants where they used it to make onion rings. However, when the restaurants were closed and people were cooking at home, the amount of onion consumption went down and they had to bury or destroy because of lack of storage of onions. So just looking at these 3-4 simple examples, you can see that there is a need today to determine if the demand for their products during the pandemic or after the pandemic is going to be like toilet paper or potato chips or cleaning products or onion. And they need to be very flexible in what they offer. Next, many companies are going back to the classic analysis of making what they were buying. Well, but not every company can afford to vertically integrate and start making the products that they had earlier outsourced. However, they need to start planning more collaboratively with their supply chain partners. The last thing I have put there is sustainability, which is not because of the pandemic. We all know that it has been a hot topic during the better part of the last decade. We now need to put heightened emphasis on sustainability. Supply chains will play a major role in reducing the carbon footprint of many companies. Okay, that is related to COVID. The other aspect is the e-commerce or online sales phenomenon that has swept supply chains in the last 10 to 15 years. Like I said, when I was studying supply chains in the 1980s and 90s, companies like Walmart, they drove many small and medium-sized businesses out of contention with the help of the big box retail stores, rock bottom prices, huge volumes. How did they do that? They used their supply chain infrastructure, their distribution centers as the backbone for this. But in the last decade, companies like Amazon have perfected the e-commerce business that has been responsible for the bankruptcy of even big companies, big retailers like Kmart and Sears, which used to be household names just 10 years back, are gone. Even in products such as automobiles, companies like Tesla have disrupted completely the supply chain. They've eliminated the vast network of dealerships. That was the hallmark of automobile supply chains. We are familiar with online education, telemedicine, music over the internet. Even in pure services, this has been happening. This book, Fast Fulfillment, that I have on the slide here, was by my professor, Dr. Das. He has done a fantastic job of educating researchers and practitioners in this book about how managers and engineers can build a fast fulfillment machine like that of Amazon and many other e-commerce leaders. This book is fashioned after what you may be familiar with, a book in the 1990s, The Machine That Changed the World. It was written by 3 MIT authors about lean manufacturing. It helped at that time many companies to emulate and adopt philosophies, tools, and techniques of the Toyota production system. I hope this book, you would check it out by Dr. Das, which does the same for managers and companies who would like to emulate the fast fulfillment paradigm of companies such as Amazon. look at this. Online retail sales as a percentage of US sales. Nobody predicted this. 15 years back, people said online sales will remain at 1 or 2% of the total sales. So it's a small thing. So even companies like Walmart did not pay much attention. I used to go to their distribution centers, and in the distribution center, they had created a small area from where they used to ship products which were ordered online. But today, they have e-commerce fulfillment centers which are bigger than their traditional distribution centers. Why? Look at this, just in 1 decade, it has gone from 5% and it is heading towards 20% in the near future. And look at who are the top performers in this. Again, the same 2 companies that I've been talking about, Amazon and Walmart. You can see that Walmart is small in terms of e-commerce, but as you know, they have $500 billion in sales in brick and mortar. Okay? So the last thing I want to talk about for a few minutes, for companies who want to do a good job and stay ahead in the e-commerce race, which was there even before the pandemic. They have to follow the lead of these 2 companies. They have to see how these companies are doing what they're doing. The only major company that has put up a good fight against Amazon's onslaught in recent times is Walmart. Both have excellent business models that can help companies around the world. Walmart is putting a lot of emphasis on e-commerce today by buying companies like Jet.com and Flipkart in India, while Amazon is buying brick and mortar companies like Whole Foods for different reasons. So both have become click and mortar companies, with Amazon leading the click and Walmart leading the mortar. As one of the Walmart executives that I met told me a few years back, the Stalingrad of retail is going to be in the grocery aisles. My colleague from Russia may definitely relate to that, and I'm sure everybody who is a World War II history buff will relate to that. He was referring to one of the bloodiest battles of the Second World War when he said Stalingrad. And that was his analogy for the corporate battle between Amazon and Walmart. And he was referring to the grocery aisles. Grocery is very important for both of these companies. Walmart can now ship grocery. This was after the pandemic. They reinvented themselves. And since last year, last 16, 17 months, they can ship grocery to an overwhelming majority of US households in less than 90 minutes. Why? Because they have 5,000 stores of Walmart spread around the country. Amazon cannot do that yet. And I don't think they're very close to that. That is the reason, one of the reasons that they bought Whole Foods. We can spend hours talking about these companies, but I'm just going to talk about 3 things that I have there, which is common to these 3 giants. One is utilizing cutting-edge technology in their supply chains. These companies are using all kinds of modern information technology and logistics technology in their supply chains, which is what even smaller businesses to medium-sized businesses need to do today. Second, they are masters in collecting data, understanding behaviors of buyers, and using it to their advantage. That can also be something that can be emulated by any kind of business. The last thing is perfecting last mile delivery. That is what Walmart was lagging before Amazon came in, because they never thought about it, never thought of sending a product to the customer's house. It was all about sending the product efficiently to the retail store. But today, even small and mid-sized businesses, they have to think of how to perfect that last mile delivery to the customer's house, because we are all in the habit today sitting in our couches and beds, click, click, we want to order and want the product to be in our houses. We are looking for fast fulfillment. So again, in this short period that I have, I'll just try to highlight some of the challenges and some of the strategies that companies can use for the supply chains in the near future. So thank you so much for your attention and really appreciate this opportunity, and we'll be happy to answer a couple of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prasan. It's very interesting topic that we have discussed here. I would like to headlight some of the ideas that you have presented. I really caught some important issues. The first one, when you talk about pencils, I just realized that even they are coming from different countries. The rubbers from Malaysia and Indonesia. The aluminum is from Australia. The other products, even only for one product, they're coming from different countries. And this could be a problem and a big issue for our supply chains. Of course, happening when it is the pandemic era. The keyword is this pandemic era also becomes one of the challenges for maintaining, and it has been very disrupting for the supply chains, right? And it is true that it affected the demand and the prices, that it goes up, and it is going to be more expensive when we want to get something, and it takes longer time. When you mentioned about, even now it takes 75 days just to get shipping from China. And one more thing that I caught from the idea is how we need to collaborate and try to solve this problem together, and avoiding one giant companies or one giant countries that superpowering the supply chains. Like, we don't want only counting on one country, and we don't want to only counting on Walmart or Amazon's, right? Well, they provided some positive effects, but the reality, they also shut down some of the companies, some of the supply and the small retailers. They cannot survive through this pandemic, and only those giant companies that can survive this pandemic. Well, this is very interesting, Mr. President, and I believe our participants are really eager to provide their questions. I've got some of questions online. Well, I have 2 questions already. I'm also inviting the other participants. If you want to provide questions, you can chat on the room. And also, even then you wanna directly speak up, you may raise your hand. Well, I've got 2 people ask about the supply chain. The first one is Marco from University of Lampung. He provided 2 questions. The first one, what is the main driven for survive in the negative impact for COVID-19 for developing countries with big population and lack of vaccine injection? Well, he mainly talked about how we should survive because even in Indonesia, it is a big population and lack of vaccine injection. The second question, he asked, how does the work or life balance should be changed and turned into gig economy in society? I think, do you want to have time first, or I should provide another questions?
I mean, the first question, I wasn't very clear what the question was. If you can repeat that. The second question is about work-life balance. Is what? Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with the trucking industry is the work-life balance, because many of these truckers, they have to be on the road for a long time. And you have seen the changes in generations. The current generation cares more about work-life balance than any other generation in the past. Right? Even very stressful professions like doctors, they are looking for work-life balance. Whereas in my generation, if you are a doctor, the work-life balance was, if people accept it, would not be there because they're willing to go late in the night, spend 18 hours in shifts and so on. But today's younger folks, they really care about the work-life balance. So we have to get more creative about how we can get the younger generation into jobs in logistics, in warehousing, in trucking, and so on. So if you can repeat the first question, I'll try to address that.
Yes. Well, he also asked how to survive in this negative impact of COVID. How to survive, maybe we can relate it, the idea to the, how can we survive with the supply chains? Because here in Indonesia, example, it's still difficult to get injection and the economy is still shutting down.
Yeah, it is. I mean, there is no easy answer to that. I mean, in terms of the pandemic effect, we just have to wait it out. I mean, many of the countries, like as you have seen, Australia and New Zealand are at the other extreme. They wanted zero COVID situation, but that is not possible. So it has become very political. Some of the people want it to be open so that the economy can get started. Whereas the other people on the other side of the spectrum, they are saying that they will sacrifice the economy for the safety. So I think we have to just wait it out. And it looks like the vaccines are being rolled out globally. And once that pandemic is behind us, it doesn't mean the supply chains will rebound. People are predicting that it will take at least until 2025 for some level of normalcy to come back. So there's a lot of patience that is required, but it is not just patience, but also perseverance and focus on how to build this infrastructure, how at the country level, regional level, and at individual company level, how to come up with strategies to meet the demands of a changing customer demand.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Prasan, for the first question. The other one is Mr. Randy. He is from University of Indonesia. He asked, massive shipping between countries are happening right now, and most likely that there will be regulations that control the activities of the shipping things. Could there be any negative long-term effect on the massive development of the industry of shipping from the demand of this digitalization era of production onto the international bureaucratic side?
Wow, that's a yeah, broad, long question.
Very long questions, yeah. But he mainly asked how, if there is any negative long-term effect for this development of the industry related to the regulation of the massive shipping.
Okay. Well, it's, this has happened in the shipping industry where there is a glut in capacity sometimes. And many of the, we saw this about 7-8 years back. A lot of companies, shipping companies started getting more and more capacity. And after some time, the shipping cost went down significantly because of overcapacity. And now we are going to get into undercapacity. So this cycle is going to go up and down for some more time.
Right. Thank you, Mr. There is another one. It is in our Zoom room. Mr. Priyo from UMN, he has raised his hand. Please, Mr. Priyo, if there is a questions or discussion that we can talk about.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. Good morning, Prof. Prashan. It's a very insightful presentations for us. I have several questions I would like to ask about your presentations. The first one is, you mentioned that the infrastructure development is become the third priority on your slide, right? While actually in Indonesia, it's become the number one. Yeah. Do you see that? I mean, in what context that you mentioned that it's become the third priority in your slide, basically? I think that's the first one. The second one is about the last mile logistics, sir, because I just would like to get your insight on what would be probably the challenge, the directions, or whatever, because in regard to the last mile logistic, right? Because I think in Indonesia the e-commerce is booming right now, and the involvement of the last mile logistics is very important. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priyo. So the first question, infrastructure, the number one is ports. Ports are the biggest problem today in terms of infrastructure in many countries, including the US. I mean, if you look at pictures in Long Beach and Los Angeles, you can see as long as the eye can see there are ships waiting there. So we need infrastructure at the ports. And second bigger infrastructure is the road infrastructure. Even in countries like the US, which has more roads than all of the rest of the world put together, but they're falling apart today. And if you go to countries like India, the infrastructure is absent in many parts because the roads are not pretty good for big trucks to travel. So we need that. And of course, in countries like Indonesia, which is with a lot of islands, so it is a different kind of infrastructure that you need there. Going back to last mile, interesting what Walmart is doing is, it is saying that they are not going to develop their own infrastructure for last mile, but they're partnered with many of the companies like Uber Eats and the other ones who were like taxi services earlier. And now they have partnered with these companies to make sure that the last mile delivery is happening more effectively. They have seen that as a better way of partnering than developing their own internal infrastructure.
Okay, sir. I just want to clarify the question number one, right? What I'm asking is about your presentation. You're mentioning the infrastructure development is number on the third priority, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think the first one is about the context, some kind of
situational awareness.
Yeah, awareness, right? So if there's no infrastructure, how come we can have a good logistic, right?
Yeah, I don't think I was talking them from a priority list of 1, 2, 3. They were different things, but you're right. Without infrastructure, you can't do much. And that is the credit to China, the infrastructure that they have developed. In 20 years, 7 out of the top ports in the world are in China. That was not the case even 20 years back. That's because of the infrastructure development that they have done. So it is not like other countries can do some of it. It's difficult to do what China does, obviously, but if we need to do in a lot of other places, a fraction of that to take some of that business and do it effectively and reduce the reliance on one nation.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyo. Thank you, Mr. Prasanth. Like I've mentioned before, your topic is very interesting. And there's one more question. His name is Mr. John. Oh, I'm afraid there are 2 questions, Mr. Prasanth. The first one, Mr. John, he asked about the your presentations, the second and the third slide. He would ask, would you please to explain more about the increase significantly of shipping costs during pandemic COVID-19? I think he's very interested to know how the pandemic influenced the shipping costs during pandemic era.
I mean, is the question about why it has increased?
Yes, in your slide, I believe you've mentioned how there's an increasing in the shipping costs because of the pandemic, yes.
Yeah, I mean, the main reason for the cost to go up is, for example, there is shortage of containers in many parts of the world. And secondly, there is, I talked about a couple of problems that have occurred this year with Suez Canal closure. Although it was there for 1 week, what happened is many of these ships, some of them waited in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea and waited for the whole thing to clear up. So the cost went up. For 6 days, they were not able to deliver. And after that, also, it took a long time. And many others went around the African continent if you were going from Europe to Asia or Asia to Europe, which increased the time significantly. And then I also talked about blank sailings, which is, for example, something that was shipped from Europe to Singapore. It was going through the Suez Canal with a stop in Dubai to deliver a lot of goods there and pick up goods. But when they had to go around the Cape of Good Hope of Africa, they skipped Jebel Ali port in Dubai and went directly to Singapore and downloaded all the cargo, which was supposed to go to Dubai in Singapore. So you can imagine the amount of extra expenses that are required to get those products back to Dubai from Singapore, which was completely unplanned, in addition to the congestion that took place in Singapore. Similar things are happening in Long Beach, California, and many other places where there is a big constraint on the ports. So all of these and many other reasons where the cost has gone up.
Really, just for 1 week closure of the canal, it costs a big issue for all the people there. I think those are the problem of the cost shipping shortage, yeah, Mr. President. Right. Oh, one more question. This is from the La Salle University of Philippines, Miss Vivian. She asked, the infrastructure is become the top priority to jump up from developing countries to developed countries. But the tight fiscal room can be a burden. So how it can be solved?
Yeah, you should ask the economist about that question. Yeah, it is a difficult thing. People have to, countries have to reduce the expenses in many other parts. You cannot, many countries I can understand cannot afford the debt, national debt like the United States. And we all know what US is doing. The debt is increasing. They're putting money, spending money on the infrastructure, not cutting enough, not increasing taxes. So you cannot afford that, as we have seen in some countries where spending hasn't gone down in anything and the taxes haven't gone up either. So it is very, very important that countries, governments look at priorities. And in today's globalized world, infrastructure should be made a huge priority. And this pandemic has shown us that.
Yeah, I also saw from your slide, the Indonesia become the least supplier for the supply chains. I saw it's only 1% compared to China that rules everything. Is it because the Indonesian infrastructure is not competing with the other countries? Or so, do you have any insight or inputs for how we can improve this situation and not becoming 1% anymore?
Well, actually, we should take credit in countries like India and Indonesia that we are on the chart of top 10 countries because the rest of the countries are all G7 countries, the richest countries in the world other than China. So Indonesia has made a lot of progress, so has India in the last couple of decades. So we need to stay on that path. We need to keep our labor force more competitive, well-trained, which is more easy compared to spending billions of dollars on infrastructure. So, that is the one thing we need to focus on. So 1.6% that Indonesia has is putting it in the top 10. But I know Indonesia is the 4th biggest country in the world and India is the 2nd biggest. So we need to become the producers for the rest of the world, like China has already.
Yep. Mr. President, I also wonder, like there is a a prediction that Indonesia will become one of the leading countries when the population is in the gold generation. Like somehow in 2025, we are coming to having a lot of young generation. In your perspective or in your research, has been any found out that findings showing how, is there any relationship with the human resource that can have a improvement to the the supply chains issue? How about that, Mr. President?
I'm not very exactly familiar with the case of Indonesia, but I can imagine even in China, if you have been following, they are now obviously taken out the one-child policy, and they are encouraging people to have multiple kids because very soon China is going to be losing population if they continue the same way. So every country realizes. India, if you listen to Prime Minister Modi, he talks about the human capital all the time. And so it is very, very important with the human capital. It is not just the population, but it is a productive population, which is very important. So yes, population of the working age young people is important, but well-trained and educated population is critical. And both these countries have that capability and infrastructure in education. We need to focus on that.
Yep, education. I think that's one of the most important lessons that Indonesia still should work on and learn from the developed countries such as America and China is now, can we say that China is a developed countries right now, that we should focus on learning on their strategies to improve Indonesian condition? Yes, is there any more questions from our participants in the Zoom room? Mr. Prasan is still welcoming more questions, right?
One more, and then I have another engagement.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I think there is one more question from Miss Francisca. She's from Taiwan National University. She mentioned that one of the factors that affect the increase of shipping activities are by the change of behavior from this pandemic that turns people to buy more things digitally. Well, if pandemic are gone, hope so, do you think the behavior of people will go back to buying things physically like before the pandemic, or it will stay the same like now, or it could create a new behavior that will make the system shocked once again? Very interesting.
That is a very interesting question that many companies are grappling with today. And I gave you the example of Clorox in a different context. Their demand went up by 900%. The big question they have is, where will it drop down to what percent? Same thing with online behavior. The online orders have increased dramatically, but a lot of people, like even in my case, I haven't gone into Walmart or any grocery store more than 2 or 3 times in 18 months. I order for it to come back home, to be dropped off at home. But if the pandemic is fully behind us, I will still be doing some of it, but maybe not, maybe go back to the grocery store a little bit more. So companies will have a difficult time building their infrastructure for online delivery because they don't know how many people and how often they'll continue to do it online. So it is we have to wait and see what happens with that. But that is a very interesting topic on the minds of many companies.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Prasan. Very interesting questions and discussion that we have had so far. So many questions delivered to you, and we are really inspired by your presentation today. Thank you one more time. I hope we can learn and get a new learning from our session today. Thank you, Mr. Prasan. Please give
Thank you so
applause
much.
for Mr. Prasan. Thank you for joining us in our ICEBE conference. Now I would like to inform to all the participants here that we are going to have one more keynote speaker, Mr. David, but the session will be going on at 1 p.m. So he will deliver the session at 1 p.m. in the main room. It will be in the same parallel session with the other participants' presentations. So right now we are heading to our next activity, which is the parallel sessions, and it's coming soon now. For all the participants, please get ready and be in your joint room that we have informed before. We are going to directly continue our session to the parallel session, and Mr. David's session will be going on at 1 p.m. I think, thank you for all your attention and our nice discussion today. We'll meet again at 1 p.m. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Big data, Internet of Things, cloud computing, artificial intelligence. Welcome to the Industry 4.0. Welcome to Universitas Multimedia Nusantara.
Things are changing faster. The industries are in need of new skills, talents, and ideas. And this revolution starts from here, education. Universitas Multimedia Nusantara is always ready to face the industry dynamics for the years ahead. Not only technical knowledge, we trust the power of critical thinking, innovations, and competency for students to thrive in the Industry 4.0.
At Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, new talents are nurtured. Experiences are created through ICT-based learning. Our undergraduate programs are divided into 4 faculties: Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology, Faculty of Business, Faculty of Communication Science, Faculty of Art and Design. We also expand our reach to diploma and postgraduate programs, Department of Hotel Operations, Master in Management of Technology.
We focus on the collaboration learning to build the student character, competency, and technopreneurship. To achieve this campus has provided the facilities where students and lecturers can come in extensive discussion. We pride ourselves as a melting pot. Students actively propose and participate in the great number of various extracurriculars.
Our students come from various regions in Indonesia, different cultures, ideas, and thoughts. Each one build dynamic social environment that define Universitas Multimedia Nusantara. This diverse social environment is significant to the development of every individual.
Studying here has taught me the essence of social friendship and how welcoming everyone can be. I personally was able to experience and explore different kinds of characters of people as I made a lot of friends.
A learning environment should be flexible and open. Along with the purpose of energy, efficiency, and conservation, the campus implements green concept. We've been expanding the library and at the same time extending our outdoor spaces and our campus to make sure that every space is a learning space.
The aesthetic architectural greenery of the landscape helps students find inner peace so that they can study very comfortably. And UMN not only provides a wide range of facilities, but they also provide lots of discussion rooms where students can individually do their work or in groups.
We also have SkyStar Ventures, the only private university business incubator that achieves A accreditation from the Ministry of Research, Technology, and Higher Education.
I believe Multimedia Nusantara has already maximized all the multimedia, technology, they taught in classes, they taught in organizations to just explore ourselves more. And I think it is already very good enough for the students, for the alumni to really prepare themselves for the industry 4.0 itself.
And when it has finally come to take a great leap, our students are ready to take their collaboration further, deeper, to jump in the industry 4.0 and make greater opportunities through our internship program. Because excellent career begins with excellent education.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention in keynote speech session. And now we are going to have a little break. And after that, we are going to continue our agenda to parallel session. The parallel session will start at 7. The parallel session will start at 11 and it will continue to the 4 p.m. And before that, we are going to announce you some information, especially for the international participant. Please be aware that the e-conference will start at Western Indonesia time zone or GMT +7. Please check the time difference on your part so that you won't miss the conference. The Zoom link for the keynote and panel session has been provided to you when you register to the conference. And please kindly do not share the link for the conference. Please log in to the provided link approximately 15 minutes prior to the start of the webinar to ensure that you can hear or view the webinar clearly. And kindly use the picture attached as your Zoom background. And once you log into the Zoom, kindly rename your Zoom ID as following: breakout room number _name _ID paper. And when you are connected to the webinar, we will automatically mute you to avoid feedback noises. There will be a designated question and answer session, and the link to join the e-conference is bit.ly/enter_ICB, and for the Zoom meeting ID is 337-863-5010, and the passcode is ICEBE4. And one more, the parallel session will start at 11 a.m. until the 4 a.m. And after the opening ceremony ends, the committee will assign you the breakout room number as mentioned in the following parallel presentation list. And thank you and looking forward for your active participation. We will be back after the parallel session, and at 1 o'clock, there will be a keynote speech session by Dr. David Terelaze. So for you who don't present your paper yet, you can see the keynote speech session with Dr. David in the main room. Good luck everyone, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, we inform to all the distinguished participants, you will enter to the breakout Zoom directed by the committee. So could you please wait? Because our committee is working to put you in the breakout Zoom. Okay? One more, we inform you that you will be automatically put in the breakout room and it will be directed by the committee. Please hold on for a sec. Thank you.
Ini dosen dan wali murid. Itu tuh awen pura-pura nggak tahu. Atau yang sini. Kamu jangan pura-pura nggak lihat kan sini. Iya, dipanggil suruh gede nggak datang. Jadi, betul. Indonesia Raya apa Doti? Cowoknya kan cuma 2, ayo Pak. Pak Didi. Ayo kita kasih semua. Apa-apa. Ekonomi banyak. Oh, udah selesai kamu udah apa-apa. Ganti.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and participants in the main room. Welcome back to our main session with our keynote speaker, Mr. David Terelaze. Mr. David Terelaze, is it correct, my pronunciation for your name, Mr.? So Dr. David is now currently working in the Department of International Economics and International Corporate Finance, St. Petersburg, Russia. He is the Dean of the department, and right now he's joining us as our keynote speaker, and mainly he will collaborate with us discussing about healthcare in times of academic and what's for the future. All right, I hope everyone now is ready with the preparation to listen to Mr. David, and I hope Mr. David is now ready. Oh, unfortunately, Mr. David is now out of the room. Let's wait for a moment for him to come back to our main room. And let's see within maybe a minute or 2 minutes so.
effective action can limit the rise of the new COVID-19 infection and help hospitals manage increased demand for, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so the COVID-19 and all controversial issues. So we have a new old social and health trends. We have unexpected pandemic. We'll have health system reforms, penny wise and pound flourish. Yeah, it's 3 questions and we need to find answer on that questions. So, you know, communicable and chronic diseases, increases in non-communicable diseases, comorbidity, as almost 1/3 of the people aged 15 years and over reported living with 2 or more chronic conditions average across 26 USD countries. So in 2017, for example, about 98 million adults, or 6.4% of adult population, were living with a diabetes across OECD countries. In addition, the further 39 million adults were estimated to have underlying diabetes. And we have more cases for communicable diseases. So we need to do something with that. Yes, we need to solve the problem. We have also another tendency, increase in non-communicable diseases and more cases of communicable diseases. So you see the sickness of the population is rising. Yes. And we need to make our healthcare more strongly and more resistance to the changing world and the changing situation. Yeah. Here is the history of the crisis, history of the pandemic. Yes. You see the cancer, health disease, influenza, yes, gastrointestinal infections, so cerebrovascular disease and others. So that's why, you know, the amount of people who will be infected and the pandemic situation will be repeated. Yes, this situation will be rising in the nearest future. That's why our healthcare must be ready and we need to create special plan how to react to the new pandemic situation. And of course, there is some examples. Yes, examples. You see the exercise sickness and 3-day national level exercise carried out in October 16 to look the impact of widespread pandemic influenza. So the best situation with the healthcare is in Britain, because the Britain was ready to meet the pandemic, to beat the coronavirus, but many countries, they were not ready to do it. So we have like Global Health Security Index. Yes, this index is the first comprehensive assessment of the global health security capabilities in 195 countries. So this index, yes, you know, questions are organized across 6 categories: preventions, so prevention of emergence or release of pathogens; directions and reporting, so early detection and reporting for epidemics of potential international concern; rapid response, so rapid response and the migration of the spread and epidemic; health system, sufficient and robust health system to treat the sick and protect health workers; and compliance with international norms and risk environment. So if you know your global health security index, you know how is your country protected or not protected for the next pandemic situation, if the situation will repeat. And this index overall funding. So, you know, this index demonstrate, yes, for example, in Russia, you see the index is equal to 44.3. So we are on the 63 place, yes. So it's not so high ranking. So we need to improve our healthcare, because it's not so high position ranking, and Russia must improve its healthcare. Here is some books you can just read it. Yes, it's very interesting, the Russian book, and I can just advise you to read these books to you know, to reveal this problem in details. And some history from epidemics. So epidemics, they repeat. You see in 2003, we have epidemic, yes, several acute respiratory syndrome. In 2009, we have a influenza virus. In 2013, we have a MERS, Middle East respiratory syndromes. In 2014, we had Ebola, and 2015, we have a Zika virus. So you say the situation will be repeated. So coronavirus is not the last pandemic situation in our world. So we must be repeated for the next pandemic situation. And who, you see the WHO organization, coronavirus disease dashboard. So you see the situation, the worst situation in America. The second is Europe, and the last place is the Middle East Mediterranean, South Africa, and West pandemic. So it's a confirmed diseases. And COVID situation, so you see the America and Europe are leading countries, yes, among infected people are rising in that countries. And Russia, so confirmed cases, you see some statistics from Russia. So I would like to tell you that in Russia situation is getting worse and worse. We have record amount of death. For example, last night, more than 1,000 people dies every night from coronavirus. And we need to do something with that situation. And here is the top 20 countries, total case diseases. You see, if we count total cases, divide on 1 million population. So Qatar is leading, yes, United States, Brazil. And if we talk about total deaths, the worst situation in United Kingdom, Spain, Chile, and Peru, France also is leading, yes, this country are leading, yes, among total deaths from COVID-19. And this is the European countries. So you see the ranking. So total cases, COVID-19 on 1 million population. So the worst situation is Sweden, Spain, Belgium, United Kingdom, Russia, and Portugal. And also there is a death per 1 million population. So the worst situation in Belgium, United Kingdom, Spain, Italy, Sweden, France. And also about the tests, yes. So the best situation, yes, it's an amount of tests per 1 million population in Denmark, UK, Russia, Spain. So if you test more and more people, it helps you to reduce, yes, amount of cases of COVID-19. This is the total cases, yes, per 1 million population. So you see the Russia is leading, yes, it's a worse situation in Russia. And here is a death of 1 million population in Central and East European countries. So North Macedonia, Romania, and Russia are leading, unfortunately. And here is the situation in Central and East European countries. So Russia, Czechia, and Slovenia are also leading. This is the test per 1 million population. And here is the situation in former Soviet Union. So the worst situation in Armenia, yes, a lot more than 1 million people are infected from COVID-19. The population of this small country is like more than 3 million. So it's one third of population are infected by COVID-19. So in Armenia, this is a national tragedy, yes, this pandemic situation. The next is Belarus, and then Russia third. Here is a death. You see Armenia is leading. On the second place is Moldova, and then Russia. And countries of the former Soviet Union, Lithuania, Russia, Belarus, Estonia, and Latvia. So why the difference? Why in one country the COVID-19 became a big problem, and in other countries they can beat it? It really connected with mentality, is connected with urbanization, population density. So it's connected with a number of citizens residing in nursing houses. Yes, it is of course connected with geographical variation. So what about the vaccine? Yes, so now the people, they say, okay, we will buy the vaccine and it will solve problems. So I want to tell you that the vaccine doesn't work. Yes. So for example, in Russia, people are dying from this vaccine. So the vaccine is not guaranteed that it can solve the problem. It can beat the coronavirus. So of course, vaccine can create antibodies, but this is not 100% guarantee that you can't be infected in the nearest future if you are vaccinated. Yes. So that's why it's very, very debatable, yes, effectiveness of the vaccine. And of course, for us, very important, this indicator, hospital beds. Yes, it's very important. So you see this from slide, yes, so if the hospital beds are rising in your country, it means that you are ready to beat this coronavirus. So Russia's COVID death. Russia is a leading, yes, in a death from COVID-19 because we have modification of COVID-19 and many people are dying in Russia in this national tragedy. and our healthcare was not ready to meet this pandemic. And of course, here is the main reason why health system in Russia is not ready, because of the low public financing and low total financing. You see very small, very low level from GDP, yes, is divided to finance health system in Russia, yeah. And number of hospital beds decreasing. It's a very bad, yes, indicator for the Russia, of course. So key measures to respond to pandemic. It's ensuring access of the vulnerable to diagnostics and treatment, strengthening and optimizing health system capacity to respond to the rapid increase in caseloads, introducing digital solutions and data to improve surveillance and care, and improve research and development for accelerated development of diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines. And of course, so we need to do some reforms to modernize the healthcare system in Russia and in the world, because this pandemic situation will be repeated, okay? So you see, this is my short presentation, yes, and short presentation for that. The main problem, dear colleagues, that, you know, the situation is very bad because vaccine is not working, you know, vaccine is not working and the people dying. For example, in Russia, many people are vaccinated, after vaccination, they are infected. And there is a myth that vaccine can solve all the problems. Yes, vaccine can help you to overcome this virus, yes, in better form, but it doesn't guarantee that you will survive. Because, for example, in my university, the dean of the faculty, he was vaccinated, and then after 1 week, he died. And this is the problem. This is the problem that we must solve it, yes? So we need to find the new vaccines to solve the problem, because these vaccines, Russian vaccines or American vaccines, so they're not working on 100%. Okay, this was my short presentation because the problem really crucial, yes, the pandemic situation will be repeated, and I'm ready to answer your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. David, for your presentation just now. It's really interesting and intrigued our mind that this is what is happening in our world right now, that pandemic is our daily life and it is a big issue for everyone. And the question is, will it be over? And when it's over, can we adapt to it? How about the health system? How about the social life? And how we can cope with the after pandemic era? Thank you for your presentation. I'm waiting for the participants and the other participants to join us with the questions. Let's see.
Yes, I'm ready to answer a question if you have a question, so we can start discussing if you want. Thank you.
Yes, I'm inviting the participants to post and deliver the questions. You may raise your hand if you want to share your questions verbally, but if you think that you want to have it written, I'll be reading out loud your questions and deliver it to Dr. David. Have we got any questions so far? Okay. Well, when you mentioned that Russia having a big issue, right now in Indonesia, the number of the people who got the COVID is around 4 million. And the people who die is around 142,000 people that have died for the pandemic. And it is a very bad situation happening with our healthcare. We're trying to vaccinate people also in Indonesia, but because Indonesia is an archipelago area, it's difficult to make sure the distribution of the vaccine, and it's still only some of the part in cities and some of the people that can be vaccinated. And I think that's also one of the biggest issues. Do you have any suggestion on how we can learn from your government or your experience dealing with this issue in your country?
You know, I think the main mistake, yes, of the Russian, and you can learn from our Russian experience that quarantine measure doesn't work. Okay, so it worked, but it delays, yes, from the COVID-19. So the better thing is to accept patients in the hospital. So hospital beds, yes, must be increasing, and healthcare must be provided. For example, in Russia, yes, we have very bad experience because we were not ready to solve the problem with pandemic. So Russian government was waiting for the vaccine, and so Russian politicians, they think, okay, we will do it, we will make it vaccine, and we will solve the problem. But this is wrong, because Russian vaccine doesn't work. Yes. And now we have a problem because we don't have enough places in a hospital. We don't have free beds in a hospital to help the people. Yes, and the people they dying at home because they don't have opportunity to come to the hospital. So that's why I think that the main recommendation is to make health system of national health system stronger and stronger, and to be prepared for the pandemic situation. Because now, for example, the next wave of coronavirus started in Russia, yes, and now we are much more ready than, for example, 1 year ago. But the main principle is to be ready to open new hospitals, to provide more free beds for the patients. I think this is the main recommendation. And of course, don't think many about vaccine. So vaccine is not a panacea. So vaccine can't solve all the problems. This is my point of view.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one of the participants that are willing to share ideas and questions. Mr. Arif Darmawan, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for the kind opportunity. Good morning in Russia, Dr. David. Good afternoon in here. My name is Arif Darmawan. I am the lecturer at the Faculty of Economics and Business. I want to ask two questions for you. The first one is about how the pandemic of the COVID-19 can make the global exchange of global transformations in Russia, especially because if I'm not mistaken, that also Russia hit the serious cases of the COVID-19, especially not in the economy, but also in the health issue. So I want to hear your perspective from your country about how it can be handled and how it can be changed, the geopolitical and also the changes in the society about the COVID-19. The second is about the business cycle and also for the economics in the general way. Compared to Indonesia, I think like we are very strong to force the citizen or the people in Indonesia to have the vaccines and also to limit the access, give the restriction for the social activities. I want to know about how does it will affect in the future for the next, maybe the next following years during the situation of the pandemic. How does the economy can rebound for certain period of the time, and also for the country such as in Russia, West Europe, East Europe, and also for the developing countries. So thank you so much. That's all the questions that I want to ask for you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for interesting question. You know, Russian economy is very depending on oil and gas. So our revenue, yes, our main source of revenue is oil and gas. Yes, so if the prices on oil are rising, so our economy is prospering. So that's why, so we are very dependent on oil and gas industry. And I think that, so our future depends on the oil and gas market, yeah. But the Russian economy is weak because we are very dependent on oil, on only one article, yes, of our revenue. So that's why I think that we need to learn these lessons, yes, from this pandemic. About geopolitical things, of course, the country can produce vaccine, country is independent, yes, so it means independency, yeah, because if you can't produce vaccine, so you're not independent, you know. but it's very debatable. You know, we have a lot of political problems. We have tensions, conflict with Ukraine, and of course, so it makes for us difficult to solve the problem, because we have political problems, economical problems, because oil and gas are cheap, yes, and our economy is suffering from that. And now, of course, the pandemic situation in Russia getting worse and worse, and many spheres of our economy suffered, not only oil and gas, but tourism industry. Many businesses are closed. Small and medium business died in Russia because of the quarantine measures. And I think so we need to respond it very fast. But vaccine, my idea, yes, that Russian vaccine doesn't work. And this is the main idea, the main why people are worrying. So we all were waiting for the vaccine. We were thinking that the Russian vaccine will solve the problem, but it's not solving, unfortunately. And this is the national tragedy, you know. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David. I'm really intrigued with your statement saying that Russian vaccine is not working. And there is a big concern, of course, for that. But I would like to hear more your perspective. Maybe it's also happened in Indonesia when we need to choose, is it the health or the economy? How about in Russia? What is the strategy from the government? Are they sacrificing the people and waiting for the not working vaccine and still pushing forward for the economic movement, or how is it, Mr. David?
The strategy is we are increasing quarantine measures now, and we are working on the new vaccine, more effective vaccine. So we hope that the new Russian vaccine can really solve the situation. But now we are imposing new quarantine measures because the fourth wave of the pandemic started in Russia, and now amount of infected people are rising in Russia. And for example, yesterday, more than 1,500 people died per day from COVID-19. So this is the record during all pandemic, you know. So the degree of death is rising in Russia, and this is the tragedy, you know.
So I think the economy is shutting down again right now because
because we're imposing new quarantine measures, yes, and of course small and medium business suffering because you can't do the business if everything is closed, you know, and the institutions they are now continue studying online, and of course this effectiveness of this economic system is reducing, yes, because the people are waiting for their lifting quarantine measures, but now we start everything with zero.
All right. How about the healthcare subsidy or the economic subsidy for the citizens in Russia? Does the government try to implement those policy, Mr. David?
We paid, but now, you know, the situation that we have a budget deficit and we don't have a money to continue this payment, you know.
Right.
So that's why, you know, the situation that we have budget deficit. Oil and gas now is very cheap, and of course this is the reason why so Russian government, so it's very difficult to support the ordinary people. But as I know, yes, we are going to launch new subsidy program for the citizens and for the business.
Oh, okay. So people will get a subsidy for living maybe, or the healthcare subsidy maybe?
For healthcare and for living, especially for pensioners, for people who are retired. They need a help and they need a social support because they are not so well protected. Young people is okay, but all elderly people, you know, retired person, they need extra support from the government. And since the next year, so the government is going to launch the program, but we don't know details of this program yet.
Okay. Like in Indonesia, the healthcare system is pretty expensive. Like the community should pay also, but it is still a subsidy from the government to the community to have healthcare and medication for free when they are a member of the healthcare system. How about in Russia? Is it easier for the community to access the healthcare and medication there?
It's not easier because a lot of restrictions imposed, and so if you fulfill all requirements, only that you can just get access to that program. So it's not easy, you know.
Yeah, I've checked the Indonesian health index. It's above 50, and I think it's not also a good thing when Indonesia have a health index above 50, because the countries that have index below 50, I think the middle income countries, and it is common for Indonesia to rank that way. How about Russia, Mr. David?
You know that we are 60. We just we are on the 65th place, yes. And our ranking at the average, you know, it's not very high, but it's not very low.
Yeah.
So, and the main problem that our healthcare was not ready to accept this problem, you know. So, but we hope that we can improve our position in the global ranking.
Okay. The same hope for all over the world, I think, across the globe, are expecting to have a better condition with our economy, health, and pandemic. I think it's the same prayer from everyone, hoping that the pandemic will over.
You know, the problem in Russia that many programs, they are only on the paper, so they are not working. Yes, on the paper, these programs, they exist, but it's the reality is they are not working, and this is the problem. So people, retired people, they can't get access to that problems because a lot of restrictions, a lot of requirements. So it's in the practice, these programs are not working, you know, and these sums of money that government gives to the population is very low, very small, and so it doesn't have any positive economic effect, you know, and this is a tragedy for people. And the vaccination, so Russian government spend a lot of money to make new vaccine, you know, Sputnik V, you know, this vaccine, but it's not working because my friends, my colleagues, yes, for example, the dean of Faculty of Customs, he was 65. He died after 2 months when he was vaccinated by Sputnik V. And we were all at shock because he was vaccinated. Yes, he thought that he is protected, but it wasn't true, you know. So the government was lying that, okay, vaccine can solve the problem. And this is the tragedy, you know.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. It's a big concern for all of us that vaccine is not working. It's
so don't think that vaccine is a like a, you know, panacea. So it can't solve the problem. The European vaccine also. So on one person it works, on another person no, because it depends on the health, on individual health of the people.
Yep. So vaccine is not working as like we expected, because the government, the government is trying to build a recognition for the community, so they would believe we can move on and survive by vaccinating the people. And I think it's trying to build a positive paradigm.
Frankly speaking, you know, Russian government is trying to hide this fact that vaccine is not working, you know, because it doesn't want to stimulate panic again among population. So it's a hiding, you know, hiding this fact, you know. Try to hide this fact, but so it's our people, our Russian people, they realize it's not working. But officially in the news now we have a special propaganda and campaign to be vaccinated. But the people realize that it's not working because many people died, many friends, many relatives died. So, but official position of the government that yes, vaccine is 100% effective, but it's lying. They're lying, you know.
Okay, I hope we can find a better solution for Russia and for Indonesia, and try our best to keep ourselves in a good condition and avoid public places. That it's only us that can now take care of ourselves. Is it Right. Do you agree, Mr. David, that?
Yes, of course, I agree, and I hope that the new vaccine we need to find another solution. So quarantine is not a solution, and vaccine also is not a solution. So we need to find another option how to solve the problem. But this now the situation is getting worse, and a lot of people now are dying. So, for example, 1 year ago, when the pandemic started, yes, many were infected, but people released. But now, like 50%, they are dying. For example, my parents, they are doctors, and my father told me that, like yesterday, yes, patient was 25 years old, and he died from COVID-19. 25 years old, so he was very young, and a lot of these cases, yes, are rising in Russia, and this is the tendency of the days, So amount of young people are dying from COVID-19. So this is new type of COVID-19 in Russia. Yes, it kills young people.
I'm really sorry to hear that, and I hope that this new vaccine will work for Russian citizen and the other European countries. Okay, this is really an intense discussion with Dr. David.
Yes, thank you very much. And I have read in chat. You can find my mail. So if who is interested to discuss, so you can write me on my mail, and we can just continue discussing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us and providing us a new insight how the healthcare in Russia, how the situation currently happening there, and we share some information related to the pandemic lately. And I hope you and the rest of the members of the faculty can have a good health condition, success in your journey there, and still we want to.
And sorry for the bad internet, because I was on a business trip, and so just I'm trying to be at two places at the same time,
No worries. We are really glad to have you in our session in the afternoon, and thank you for trying hard still joining our session. Thank you, Dr. David. Thank you for the participants for joining the main session for this afternoon. And let me try to recap our session today. It is a big alert and alarm for everyone us to still take care of ourselves, because we are not sure that our health system and our health and medication from the country can protect us from this pandemic, and this is becoming our own responsibility to contribute and take care of ourselves in order to maintain and survive from this pandemic. All right, I think that's all for our main session today. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you, Dr. David, for spending your time with us. For the participants, if you still want to join our session, you may choose the parallel session and join the discussion with the presenters in the parallel session. From me, I wanna say thank you, and see you again next year with the seminar. And I hope you all be success with our journey. Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please come back to the main room because we are going to start our closing and wording session. Once more, we would like to inform to all the participants to come back to the main room because we are going to announce the award and also to close the conference today. And when you are entering the main room, don't forget to on your camera and also don't forget to mute your microphone. In the opening ceremony, that will be award for the best and the delivery and the work for the first, kita akan kasih tanya sama the and lagi deh and and now we have to give special present of Reshaping for the top 5 ini Bu Erni oh ini kan aja kan Bapak abis yang iya the token of position aja ya karena nggak ada sertifikat. Yes, sir. Jadi pertama kan kasih best paper, terus Bu Erni sama Ibu masuk ke depan. Terus yang Bu Agri yang kasih paper kan? Iya, betul kan? Jadi 2 sama 1. nggak usah kindly please giving the appreciation button enggak langsung baca semua nama lengkap tapi yang di pintar, yes. Jangan lupa adu sangat di welcome to participate in this podcast in the International Conference of Economic Business Economic Business and Technology 2021. As we stated in the paper.
National Conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, good afternoon, everyone.
Welcome back, participants and distinguished guests, to the International Conference on Economy, Business, and Entrepreneurship 2021. As we stated in the opening ceremony, there will be an award for the top 5 best paper and the prospective paper. First, the Conference Scientific Review Committee have selected the best paper during the submission and reviewing process. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to give a special token of appreciation to the top 5 best paper.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce for the first best paper. It goes to Asi Muryati, Imam Awaluddin, Thomas Andrian, and Naufalye Al-Rushidi from Universitas Lampung with the title, Introducing the Issue of Social Protection During Pandemic COVID-19 to Reduce Stunting in Indonesia. Could you please come forward, Mrs. Asi?
The second best paper goes to Widya Dewi Anjingrum from Institut Teknologi dan Bisnis Asia Malang with the title Creative Industry in the Post-Pandemic Digital Era, Meaningful Incubation, Customer Focus, and High Innovation as Strategic to Compete.
Well, next, and also congratulations for the third best paper. It is from Binus University. It is Fieri Utami Jin, Regina Eka Riantini, and Wiwin Windiastuti. With the research title, Utilization of Digital Technology in Managing Fabric Waste into Garments.
The fourth best paper goes to Davin Onkadinata, Yosef Budi Susanto, and Rizmi Julaidi from Universitas Multimedia Nusantara with the title Enhancing Consumers' Online Purchase Intention of Clothing Products through Technological Improvement During COVID-19 Pandemic.
And then this is the last of the best paper. It is from Universitas Bayangkara Jaya Raya. And the author is Mr. John F. Fu with the title Research, Optimization of Production and Benefits of Using Linear Programming in the Linear Thick Furniture Business. Well, congratulations for all the 5th best paper. And we are going to announce you to the 5th perspective paper. The first prospective paper goes to Retno Yuni Nur Sosilowati and Slamet Sugiri from Universitas Lampung and Universitas Gadjah Mada with the title, Do the Institutional Factors Affect the Quality of Accounting Information Post IFRS Adoption, Asia Counter Study?
The second prospective paper goes to Christine Sinintia, Rindu Rika Gamayuni, and Fitra Dharma from Universitas Lampung with the title Analysis of the Impact of the COVID-19 Pandemic on the Financial Performance of Provincial Governments in Indonesia.
Well, then the third prospective papers goes to Redo Alma Kwansa, Liza Alfia, and Lindriana Sari from Universitas Lampung with the research title, Accounting Value Relevance Analysis on IFRS Convergence in Stages at Banking Company registered in Indonesia Stock Exchange.
And the fourth prospective paper goes to Nelly Aida, Ukti Ciptawati, and Andri Hermawan from Universitas Lampung with the title, The Effect of GRDP, Foreign Investment and Population Density on Environmental Quality in Java Island from 2010 to 2019.
Well, and this is the last prospective papers. It goes to Mr. Eric Darsen from Universitas Multimedia Nusantara with the research title, Improving Technological Features to Increase Continuance Intention on Sakuku Application. Well, for giving the token of appreciation, we would like to invite the first Vice Dean, Dr. Ernie, and the second Vice Dean, Dr. Agrianti Komalasari, and also the Head of Committee of the 4th ICEBE 2021 to come in front. Well, after this, we're going to have a photo session together also with the winners from the both categories and all the committee of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara. Okay, please hold on for a sec. We are going to have a photo session with the participants, the winners, and also the committee of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara. Well, and also from all the co-hosts of International Conference Economic Business and Entrepreneurship 2021 from Universitas Malahayati and Universitas Bayangkara Jaya Jakarta. Could you please turn on the camera for all the participants and all the committee as the co-host of the fourth ICEBE 2021. Boleh, boleh. Oke, kalian aja. Belum kan? Yeah. On behalf of a host of ICEBE4, yeah, we would like to congratulate to all the winners of the best paper and also all the best prospective papers for the ICEBE4. Congratulations once again. Well, thank you for all the leaders. Would you please come back to the seat? Well, all the distinguished participants, by giving the award to the best paper and also to the prospective paper, it means that we are at the end of the event. Once again, we would like to say thank you in advance to the co-hosts of the 4 ICEBE 2021, Magister Manajemen Teknologi Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, Universitas Malahayati, and Universitas Bayangkara Jakarta. Also for all the committee and distinguished participants for committing to support and participate in the 4th ICEBE 2021. And also, on behalf of the Committee of Faculty of Economics and Business Universitas Lampung, we do say our apology if we have made a mistake during the event. Hopefully to see you again in the next year of the 5th ICEBE 2022, and hopefully the station will be better so we could meet directly. Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Especially to the Committee of Universitas Multimedia Nusantara, we give you time to give the short speech. Well, Mr. Priyo, we give you the time to say the closing remarks from Universitas Multimedia Nusantara. Well, thank you, everyone. See you next year.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and committee.
Well, sir, okay. We're still giving you the time. Please, sir.
Okay. Okay. First of all, I would like to, on behalf of the committee and also the rest of the team, I think we would like to thank you for all of the participants for this year conference, and we are hoping that we can meet all of you next year with new papers, new phenomena, and also new impact, right? That we can give to this country through this conference, and we are hoping that we are on the better conditions next year. Yeah, no more COVID, and hoping that we can meet face to face probably on the next conference. Thank you very much for the Unila and also the rest of the co-hosts to participate. And again, thank you very much, and hoping that we are going to meet next year. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Priyo. Well, thank you for all the participants. You may leave the Zoom.